Hey, we got 11 on. Sorry, guys, I didn't realize. I was looking down at my phone, setting up the notifications. Who we got on tonight? I know it's late, so if we got on tonight. Yep. Sorry, I'm not ignoring everybody. I mean, I kind of am. I apologize. Nobody said anything yet, so. Who's on? Who all do we got? Who's here? What do we got here? Make sure probably not going to be on too late. I'm going to leave my stream up tonight, but I'm probably not going to be on for too long. Who all do we have watching tonight? Anybody new? Is it all repeats? Some of you might have noticed, changed up my background a little bit. The lighting is different. I got a new fan in my office here. It's not straight. I'm just realizing in the moment. So, I didn't see your question, Trevor. I'm sorry. What's your question? But I don't want to ignore it. Actually, I've got a way that I can see. Let's do this. I'm not going to ignore it. Let me pull it up. Give me a second. Let's see, your channel. Probably, Corey. I probably have trail mix. I can actually show you one. Trevor. I don't see a question from you, dude. I just see, are you going to ignore my question? Big burly man, I like this. Hey, I'm glad to make you happy. I like it. Anytime I can make another man happy or make them like this because I look burly, that's a win in my book. It's called man love. No, okay, YouTube. I do not have a firearm in here, YouTube. I don't have any firearms because you can't handle it. Next to my, there's a big burly herd next to me. So I will show you what I keep in my bag, everybody. So I have a flashlight. It's a flashlight. Always good to have a flashlight. I have a first aid kit. Israeli bandage in there. I've got some gauze that came out of my first aid kit. There is not a firearm in my bag. Not at all. I am not Mormon. I was raised Mormon, but I'm not a practicing Mormon right now. This stuff back in my bag. Flashlight, YouTube, flashlight. I am not a cop. So let's see. I have a paper bag. I have a space blanket. I have a lockpick set. Lockpicks. You know, only about 40% of the population of Utah is Mormon, Corey. So, and I have the pencils. Look at that. You know when you might need a pen or a pencil. Utah, Corey? Yeah, there are quite a few Mormons in the government in Utah. It's actually one of the things that it's yeah, it's one of the things that I don't like about Utah's the way that the politics work. They very much are. They're very influenced by the LDS Church here in the area, and it's not to say that that's bad in all things. And I have my EDC now, so it's a knife that my father-in-law got me. I'll show you guys up close. It's a nice Damascus knife that I carry. So, and then you got kids, you're always gonna have Band-Aids. So like growing up, I grew up LDS. I grew up Mormon. Those are dogs YouTube. So I grew up Mormon, and one of the things that I don't like about Utah is this idea that because a lot of politicians in Utah, they try to force some of the beliefs through legislation, and I don't like that. I really don't like that. So, how far is Ogden or Clearfield, Layton from you? We're not far. We're not far from each other. When the 35s take off, you and I both can hear them. I'll say that. So, anyways, so we actually should, Corey, for all the shit you give me, we should try to meet up sometime and go shooting or whatever. Actually, that's a good question. Corey, do you know anywhere around here where you can go and shoot that isn't like a range? Because I am trying to check like the BLM website for Utah, and I think the closest place is clear up past like Tremonton. So the closest place that I've seen, because I'd love to go out with my camera and because what I want to do is I want to do like I talk about shotguns and how if that's what you have, then that's the best thing. Oh, that's not too bad. About like 45 minutes, maybe an hour. That's not bad. Okay. Is it just open area? I mean, like people can it's just like the place that people go and they shoot, whatever. Sorry, I ate some popcorn. I got freaked out. But let's do this. Thanks, I appreciate it, man. Trevor, you have not asked me a question. I don't know if you asked Corey a question or Matt a question, but please, are you saying, are you going to apologize? Because Corey was calling me a Mormon because we live in Utah, and I used to be a practicing Mormon. I'm not anymore. And I don't have a problem with Mormons, but he wasn't calling you a Mormon or a moron. He was calling me something, right? Not to be rude, but like, why would he talk to you when he was the first person in my stream today, and then you jumped on and said, are you going to answer my question? We're trying to understand the logic, but unless your computer like wigged out or your phone, neither, but BYU is a little too. They're both polar opposites in the indoctrination side. But I've got a funny joke about both of them. Do you know what the difference between a BYU and a Utah student is? Both of them applied to BYU. I grabbed myself up. So, no, honestly, I don't know. You can send if you want to send me something. If you want to send me a link, you can send it to my email. It should be on my channel page, but you can just belowaverageutahdad@gmail.com. So just send me the link there. I'll check it out. I appreciate it. Right, Matt? Yeah. I've got all kinds of jokes. About BYU and Utah. No, so I don't Utah. I don't like University of Utah because I feel like it is a very, not that all colleges don't have some indoctrination that takes place, but they are an extremely left-leaning school. What's your opinion on Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Dude, Trevor, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I stopped watching NFL football when my buddy stopped playing football. A buddy of mine that I went to high school with played for Green Bay, and then he played for the Cardinals. So he was a right guard. So his name, Boise State University. Graduated from North Pole Darren College. So I think he might have played for the Buccaneers like his final year. That's fair. I just find that Utah is exceptionally so. He did for a little bit. He did. He tripped Brett Favre in the Super Bowl game in 2009, and I know because that's the day that my daughter was born. And I texted him when he accidentally tripped Brett Favre. I was like, dude, what the hell? And he texted me back later and said, I don't want to talk about it. So, what do I think about Diamondback Mo? Welcome to the channel. I've seen you online before. If I'm not looking at the camera, it's because I'm reading the chat on my computer screen. I don't think that they will, because I think that would be a state thing. Utah understands that. I do think the school understands that the Utes and the heritage of the Utes, like, they support it. It's usually, honestly, like liberal white people that want to change things like that. Mo, to answer your question, what do you think about Diamondback DB15 chambered of 556? I think it's an AR-15 that's chambered 556, and it's probably built with a little bit higher QC than like a cheaper one, but it's a 556 that it'll last you as long as you need it to. Yeah, so when I was in the Utah Air National Guard, we went down to in 2021 for the inauguration. We went and provided secure communications for law enforcement and other agencies and stuff during the inauguration, and we stayed at what was the name of the field? I think it's FedEx Field that was there, and we stayed at FedEx Field. It was all like, they had all the stuff, all the imagery and everything for Washington Redskins, but it was like they just like put blank canvas over it, and it said the Washington, and then underneath it was like the streamers that said football team. I'll have to see if I can find some pictures of it. And I'll throw those up somewhere. I'll put them on my my Instagram or whatever. So no, I am not a police officer. But I guess technically I'm still an augmentee for Secret Service. We got like badges and everything. We were augmented to support Secret Service when we went to Washington D.C. So that was pretty cool. That was actually a pretty cool time being down there, and like we had set up like a small satellite to be able to communicate on shortwave radios and do encryption and stuff. It was pretty cool. It was a cool mission. It was fun. It was a good experience. Mo, did that answer your question? But is that okay? As long as you're bare 15 inches, I guess it depends on what you want to do. Do you want to shoot long range, or are you going to hunt with it? Is it just a defense? Is it going to be like a home defense setup? I'm sure that's incredibly attractive to everybody. So, did anybody here in the stream right now? Is anybody here? Anybody been in the military? Hats off to all you veterans that are out there. Anybody else? Besides me? Down to 13, man. No, too coward to join the military. Okay, so Trevor, I'm going to read what you have. You asked about the Buccaneers. Corey answered you. I started talking about my buddy Darren. You asked me what his name was. I said his name is Darren. You said he played with Brett Favre. I said yes. You said that was Aaron Rodgers. Definitely my buddy tripped Brett Favre during the Super Bowl. And then you said, Corey, so you didn't call me a moron, and then are you not answering my question? I'm trying to help you out, bud. I'm trying to understand what's going on, but that's okay. I've seen that happen. I saw that happen. It ends really well. It ends well for the dude that picks a fight with the girl section. So. Probably because my kids sometimes watch this, so, and you said I support red flag laws. Oh, okay. Corey can attest to you that I definitely don't, but okay. I don't know why you think I support red flag laws. Do I support red flag laws? Red flag laws. I think red flag laws don't do anything except give people an excuse to take away guns. Got it. I haven't seen any legislation or anything like that. I don't think Trump is a perfect person. I don't even think that he is the best president. I think that he is a better president than what we have to choose. Between him and Kamala Harris, I chose him. I look into the case of Nicholas Cruz. If he said, "I'm going to kill people," that's, which I'm not saying that, YouTube. I'm quoting a theoretic scenario of a human being. If he said something along those lines, at that point he's making threats, so it's not a red flag law. It's literally he's making threats, and he needs to be looked into. So, I do not support red flag laws in any way, shape, or form at all. In fact, to give you an idea how pro Second Amendment I am, if I have the capability to own and operate, maintain, and safely store an F-15, I should be allowed to buy an F-15. You can shoot missiles and everything. I don't have that, and not many places do. Yeah, if he made a video saying, "I'm gonna go do this," at that point it's not a red flag law. It's a made like local threat, and so that's what we do. Hey, what's up, Floor? Do I think Trump is an idiot? Well, I think that he sometimes makes very poor choices. I think what he's doing and saying regarding Ukraine and Zelensky, I don't necessarily agree with rhetoric that he's using. I think finding an end to the conflict is a good thing. Finding an end to the conflict at the expense of Ukraine and Europe is wrong. Do I think that we should continue to support NATO? Yes. Do I think that NATO should maybe pick up a little bit of the slack when it comes to costs? Probably. But so I have been overseas a couple of times with in the region of what's going on in Israel, and I'm not trying to drive anyone away, but I fully support Israel. Most of the world there wants Israel to be gone, just completely freaking gone. And I don't mean out of the region. I mean they want to annihilate anyone who is of the Jewish faith. So never should have given who Israel. Hold on. Benegetta. Oh, the one right next to the AK. That's my AR-10. It's chambered in 6.5 Creedmoor. So, okay, so after World War II, all right, if we want to dive into the whole Gaza and Israel thing, first of all, the people in Palestine, and I say the people in Palestine because Flo, it is. It's super fun. It's my 1,000-yard gun. Yeah, you're welcome, Ben. Okay, so Trevor and Floor. Here's the deal with Israel. After World War I, let's go back a little bit further than World War II. After World War I, originally, the area that Palestine and that Israel and everything was, if we want to go all the way back, we want to go and get biblical, we can try and get biblical. That's really the only record that exists. Even the Quran, and I've read the Quran, tells that the sons of Abraham through Isaac inherited that land. OBK, hey man, the reason all of the guns are back there is because on a YouTube live stream, if I go anywhere near the guns, if they move, sorry, I'm fidgeting with this, if they fall over, if there was a little mild earthquake, if the wind blows too hard, if they move, this stream gets shut down for like a week. I can't stream for a week. Any views that I've gotten on this, any subscribers that I've gotten from it, any likes, any forward progress, it actually goes away. They take it away. What's up, J-Dog? So if we want to go all the way back biblically, regarding Israel-Palestine, even the Quran acknowledges that Jerusalem and the land of Israel belonged to the children of Abraham via the sons of Isaac. Well, I'm actually going to put, so I have all these maps and stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get some shelves, some hangers, and I'm going to make the maps like the backdrop. You see corkboard, instead of corkboard, I'm going to do the backdrop as the maps, because I have like 4 or 5 copies of these maps. And I'm going to hang them up on the walls behind me. Unless we move. I'm looking at some houses. We might be renting this place out. So, duct tape. That's true. It's not even Russia here. Duct tape it to the USSR. I might have one of someone cool. I might have another map of somewhere cool. I have to look through my maps. If I'm gone, the guns that I don't take with me get locked up. So I have a Lando. I have an AK-47. It's a Chinese AK-47, and then I have a Winchester shotgun. And then over here on the right, I can't barely see it. It's a little Marlin 22. What is my stance on ghost guns? What's a ghost gun? That's my stance on guns. So anyways, Israel, all that, river the sea, Israel will be free. Yeah. So what? Oh, Israel will be free. Nice. Nice play on that, Days. Immediate win. I like that. What do I think of homemade firearms? I think homemade firearms are great. If you've got a 3D printer and you live in a state where you can 3D, you can 3D print, I think you should absolutely do it. Full support of the right to print. In fact, if you have a 3D printer and you're in the state of Utah, if you want to print things like suppressors and other NFA items, if I recall correct, as long as it stays in the state and you put on the item made in Utah, not resale, for use in Utah only, then you can do it yourself. So here's the thing with what I see what you're saying, but here's the problem with that. If you go do galvanized steel tubing and you do it, you didn't actually manufacture it. You assembled it from other things, and it is not made. It is improvised, and so then it becomes. Then you start getting into an area where you can do that. As much as a goober as I am, I've learned a lot about the legality of certain things and how certain agencies and law enforcement look into things like that. So I'm pretty okayly versed in some of that stuff. Yeah. Like here in the state of Utah, if somebody comes and kills my dog, I cannot, even if they're in my backyard, I cannot do anything because dogs are considered property in the state of Utah. I am not a member of the NRA. I don't necessarily. I think the NRA in the past has been supportive of the Second Amendment. I think they're more interested in just money now. I have not been to. So I need to think back and answer this question. I have not taken part in actions in Iraq. I'll say that. How hard was it? Okay, so I've got a really fun story about the AK. It was a PEQ-15. Avery, hey, welcome. Oh, I haven't been welcoming people. I'm sorry. Give me a second. Okay, who we have? Avery's new, JC Pro, more tap list. JC, I'm just going to call you JC, and Avery, welcome to the stream. So, Avery, I don't know what a PEQ-15 is. You'll have to help me elaborate on that. But and then, how hard was it to get the AK? So, JC, my AK is a Chinese AK, and it was luck, really. Thanks, bud. Welcome to the crew. We try to have a lot of fun here, and you can always reach out. Also, I'm thinking about anybody that's subscribed, that's regular guys, anybody that's here in the chat. I'm thinking about starting a Discord that people can reach out. I have shot a P90, like the full-on P90, and a PS90. Yes, and they're amazing. 5.7 is my most favorite, like, intermediate cartridge that exists. I think it's great for both concealed carry, everyday carry, and for, like, personal defense. Hello, Rudy. I vote Republican, but I am not a Republican. What's the disability? Yeah, I have a Discord account. I'm probably going to build it. Which is stronger, an AK round or a 44 Magnum? How far away? The 44 Magnum is closer, is stronger between me and the camera. But if you're 100 yards away, the AK is stronger. Yeah, JM. What is my EDC? I have 3 PSA daggers, which are Gen 3. They're Gen 3 block clones, and I kind of rotate between. But usually it's my micro, it's my dagger micro or my dagger compact. Which if you check out some of my videos, my micro is the tan gun and my compact is the black gun. So, let's see. My opinion on Pete Hegseth. I think Pete Hegseth is kind of a regular grunt. It's good to see someone. I don't think he's perfect. I don't think any of our politicians are perfect. I want to make sure. Oh, that's a 12 gauge. The 20 gauge is in that bag. There's a green bag over my shoulder right there. I have a 20 gauge. Favorite 9mm PCC? It's this one with the really super anodized red parts. Anodized aluminum red parts that I love, that are cheap, because I am cheap. There's a whole thing on it. I've had a couple people like tell me how terrible it is. I haven't checked. Yes, there's a link here. Okay, thank you. Smith & Wesson 9. I have a 303. I don't own the 303. It's my brother's 303. But I have a 303 that's in a couple of my videos you can check out on my channel, on my shorts. With an 18.5-inch shotgun, probably. If you're close enough, you can get close enough. I hunt pigeons and mourning dove with the short shotgun. Oh man, you guys, there's so much activity. Okay, I want to make sure I don't miss anybody's stuff. Okay, opinion on Pete Hegseth. I don't think he's perfect. I think it's good that we have someone that isn't like a career politician and that isn't 4-star or even a colonel or higher. I think it's good that we have somebody that's just kind of a regular Joe that's that gets down in the weeds with our soldiers and our regular guys, goes on run. I think it's cool that he went on the runs and stuff. It's good. Thanks, Floor. So, let's see. Corey, have you shot a down defense Mark 12 or SIG? I have shot in a SIG MCX. Not shot a POF AR-10. I've shot lots of AR-10s. I'll put my Discord. I'll do a video and I'll do like a link where everybody can channel once I build it. But I want to make sure I need to build it and make sure I've got like all the rules and everything set up. So I manage like 3 Discords for things that I've done. I manage one for Pokemon Go for people that are deployed, and I manage one for my for some family that do play Final Fantasy online, things like that. So I've got a couple. I just need to. I have shot 50 BMG. I have not shot it out of a Barrett. I've shot it out of a Mongoose. Jeremiah, you're 10. Cool. Cannot promise that people won't swear, that I won't, so I don't know if you're allowed to hear swears, but pretty much. Mine's from New England. Okay, 15 to 31. OMG from 15 to 31. I don't know what that means. OBK, I don't. I ordered a PSA dagger. I finally felt the government, and also the government shipped to an FFL. I feel you, Floor. I feel you. Okay, I think I've answered everybody's questions. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I'm thorough. I realize you don't care, but as someone who's a younger age, I'm going to try to be more conscious of that. I don't appreciate. I swear, I know how to swear, and I swear to sailor when I'm around the right people. But since this is a public YouTube channel, I'm not to. I'm trying not to be vulgar. Okay. Something about an AR. Okay, Floor, you want to build an AR? Do you want it like all the way? Do you want to do? Are you going to do like direct impingement? Or are you going to do like short stroke gas system? Are you going to do a full length gas system? Or do you want to do like? Do you want to cheat, which there's nothing wrong with it, and just buy an upper and a lower, and then buy BCG and put it together? Yes, a Mongoose is better than a Barrett. Dude, SIGs are cool. SIGs are cool, Corey. So most of the stuff, if you're interested in buying and building, I like Aero Precision A. I think they do pretty good stuff for pretty decent quality at a price. What's the best shotgun for home defense in Utah? I'm in Draper. So Sam, wow guys, you guys are going fast in the chat. Thanks guys. Sam, I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell everybody. The best firearm that you can own for home defense is the one that fits in your budget. And by your budget, I mean the cost of the weapon, the cost of ammo for the weapon, and the cost to practice. Because you need to practice and be proficient with whatever type of firearm you get. So if that's a shotgun, because you can't just use birdshot, you could maybe use like number 8 birdshot. That's as small as I would go. You can use double out buck, and you can use slips, but at that point you need to hit your target, because if you don't, you're going to over penetrate. And I know that buckshot goes through walls. I've tested it, not in this house, but I've tested it on other houses. It go through walls. So whatever you get, be proficient. That's for anybody. Like whatever firearm you have, if you have it for home defense, be with it. So your cost, like I'm never going to tell somebody to not buy not specific type of gun, but I definitely think. All right, later, bud. I definitely think that whatever needs to fit the budget where you can practice and be proficient with it. Corey's got a good point in the chat, guys. Corey's talking about we can let you use an airsoft gun. Air a great way to practice trigger discipline. Everybody can do that. Like it's an inexpensive way to practice drawing, to practice trigger discipline, and to learn like the basics and fundamentals of how to be a good shooter. It's no different than dry firing. So yeah, cheap is good. How many guns do I have? I have 10 here right now. on the floor. You can't see one of them, but there are 10 here behind me, and I have more. I'll meet you on State Street with my M4 I'm shopping for. Oh, you're shopping for a Benelli clone? Cool. Go see the guys that I bought my AK from. Hold on. Yeah, in Taylorsville, Sam. In Taylorsville, Doug's Shootin' Sports. Go see them. Go see them. They probably won't remember me, but you can tell them that I'm the guy that bought the Chinese AK. 30, 30-06, 308, 303. Those are all really good calibers, really good chambers. I don't know if they're all rifles. They're all rifles, but I don't know if they're semi-automatic or if they're lever action. But those are cool, Jeremiah. Have you ever gotten anything on the Utah Gun Exchange? I have. I think people I've looked at it, and I think it's a little overpriced. I think their stuff is worth more than it really is. Thanks. I'm glad that you thought that was good. How can I zero my red dot sight myself at the range? Let the range do it for me. This for an AR. So, all right, this is a really easy one. That's kind of fun. If you trust it, you can do what I did. I bought on Amazon. You can do the one that comes out the end of the barrel. I don't like that. I bought the little laser cartridge that looks like a 223 or 5.56, and I put that in, and then go into a dark room. If you want to do it at home, you can even do it at home. Find the longest hallway that you have in your home, and sight it in with that so that you get your basic sight, and then go to the range. Or if you have a backyard, you can use backyard at night. I recommend doing it at night, and then line up your red dot with wherever laser is. It's not going to be perfect. You still need to go to it. You still need to go to the range to dial it in, but that should get you close. You should be like 5 rounds. That's what I would recommend. I did that, and I did that with all of my rifles in my basement here. Teddy, I do not. I get Vietnam. I see Vietnam. I don't know what comments. I started working at 14. Cool. Best accessories for an AR-15. All right. Oh man, the chat is going fast. Okay, best accessories for an AR-15. Optic. I like on mine. I have a foregrip that also has a bipod that drops out of it. I like that. I personally think that, like, if you're starting off, really all you need. If you want to throw a flashlight on it, you can. Flashlight can be useful in a defense situation, like in your home. But because it helps, it's a deterrent, it's a defensive measure that can throw off potential target and invader. But yeah, I would say an optic and some kind of bipod. That if you can also use it as a foregrip, that's cool on an AR-15. Lawn care. When I ask how many I have, the answer is always not enough. Good answer, J-Dog. Yeah, Corey. Just if I go shooting sometime, just shoot me an email and I'll see what my schedule is. But since you're, we're close. We're close by each other. Hit the floor. Been to a public range. It's cringe. Yes, it has. That's why I don't have any shooting footage, because the ranges around here, and I think Corey, who's from around also, he can attest this. Like, people are weird about filming inside the ranges here, and I think they don't want the liability if something happens or somebody's doing something they're not supposed to. So, and there's not a lot of outdoor ranges around here. And the land that's around it is just hard to find it. Yeah, Ezra, where are you at? Ezra Patty, welcome to the chat, bud. Where are you out at? Where there's only like lots of ranges. Your gun's clear. you saying there? Hamza, what's going on? Oh, when it's a ceasefire. Okay. I got it. I was catching up. Sorry, guys. Following the rules and all that. What's my favorite gun? My personal favorite gun? Are you asking me or are you asking somebody in the chat? No. Best accessory to put on first. Then a guy's trigger and then a Trijicon ACOG if you're a bomber. Yes. If you want to spend 4 times as much for your optic or rifle, then put a Trijicon on it. Yeah, I know. I can go out past Tooele. So. I've done enough range stuff that I don't mind if there's not range officers out there, as long as somebody's being a complete tool. I think a reflex sight. So like my AR, you can't see it, but my AR actually has iron sights. It has a scope, and then I also have an angled off to the left of my. If I'm looking down my scope like this. So from my perspective, if you guys, from your perspective, looking at me on this side, because it would be like my barrel's coming towards you guys. On this side is I have a reflex sight mounted at a 43. Jaheim, hey, if you're gonna go and get some inexpensive optics and stuff. Vortex isn't bad. It depends on what kind of optic you want to get. If you want to get a scope, for a decent price, a decent Amazon optic, I would say is NC Star is the brand. If you want to go with like a red dot, I really like the stuff I have on my black and red gun here, right there. Whoop. There. That's Dagger Defense, and you can just go to daggerdefense.com, and they've got some pretty good stuff for fairly inexpensive. So, but Vortex 3X, yeah, J-Dog, that's cool. Vortex, I know which scope you're talking about. It's a good one. I have a 45 degree dot on the other side. So now I've seen people mount it on the same side as their ejection port. I didn't do that. I mounted it on the opposite side. Some people said that's bad. The reason I did that is because I didn't want brass flying in front of my eyes. Shot it at an angle. So all of my stuff is sighted in at 0. Sighting in at a 45 degree angle sucks, by the way. So definitely get like a bore laser if you're going to do that to practice it. And then get like a bench with like either a vise or like something you can put your rifle into. I've got a bench a portable bench that has a Y mount at the end that I can use, and that's what I use to sight my stuff. When I lived in, I used to go out in the desert. So, yeah. Oh, you guys, my dog. This is Ash. He is an F1 Labradoodle that we got when I used to live in a town called Bountiful. Corey's familiar with Bountiful. I used to live in Bountiful. So that was back in like 2000. It was like 8 years. We lost a bunch of the people in the chat. Man. Overgassed versus undergassed. Do you know how to tune it, J-Dog? If you don't, I haven't had to do it in a long time. I'd probably have to go onto YouTube and watch a video on how to do it. But if I remember right, if you can adjust it, oh, there's no adjustable block. Well, yeah, there's probably not a lot you can do about that unless you want to change them, unless you can swap the block to an adjustable plasma. What if it's a short stroke piston? You probably want it a little overgassed. I know that some people will say, no, overgassed is bad, but you won't have a problem with it cycling. So that's what I would recommend, is keeping it Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Did anybody need to say anything? You're good. Did I miss anybody? Rudy. ADC is a transformed block 27 in the 3 facility company. Slide, the whole side, so side, that is a lot to. Cool. Dude, go to bed, floor. It's 2:19. I mean, it's 12:19 here. I'm honestly, I'm probably at 12:30. I'm going to leave my stream up. Let you guys just. Anybody that hops on, I'm just gonna let it go until it dies, like I usually do, and just let somebody watch my armor. So, my downstairs, my basement. So, no, Rudy, that's a pretty sick setup. It's a lot more. Here's where I struggle with something like Rudy. I think it's cool that you've done that, and I'm never gonna dog anybody for tricking out any of their rigs. I'm not going to ask you how much it cost. I'm sure that it costs and it's within your. But I am a big person that I push for the best stuff for you at your given time is the stuff that's in your budget. That's why some of my stuff is cheap and some of it's not. Because my budget fluctuates, budgets fluctuate. I am a firm. What's the best gun with a budget of $2,000? See, and again, that's a good question, Jeremiah. It depends on what you want to put the money into. If you're just going to take, it's going to be a defense gun. If it's going to be like a home defense gun, but it's also going to be like for plinking and having fun and going to the range and maybe hunting, wild pigs or small deer or whatever. Is it worth maybe spending a little more on a rifle? Okay, so if you're going to get what are you going to be hunting? Virginia is in here. Jai. Deer. What kind of deer? But sorry, that I didn't mean to come across as condescending there. But there are lots of types of deer, not all the same size. Like for instance, a coos deer is about the size of my dog. So an AR-15 would be fine against that. Like a black-tailed deer or a large mule deer. Okay, so like a white-tailed deer. You could probably use an AR-15 if you were really good with it and used a heavier round. I would go with if you wanted to go AR, I would go with 308. 308's a good all-around for a lot of different type of hunting here in the continental U.S. I wouldn't go after probably an elk with that or a moose, but if you're gonna hunt like wild pigs, coyotes, deer, like mountain lions like that, I would go with something chambered in 308. That would be a good one to go with. So I think Corey makes a good point. If you're gonna be on long hikes, then I would go bolt action or lever action. Yeah, that's what my big AR right here, Jan. That's a 6.5 Creeper. So, yeah, I think Jeremiah 308 would be a good one. So. Let's see. 30-06. 30-06 would be extremely effective against white-tailed deer. Yes, he could. He could pick that up. I wouldn't use that on a deer, because you might not. No, I think 308 or maybe 270. I'm trying to think of. Six. If you want to go with like a modern cartridge, or a more recent cartridge, just a little bit more spendy. You could go with like a 6.0 PRC. That's a really cool round. It's a really effective, really fast round. So, yeah, I mean, I've shot moose with 30-06, so I know 30-06 is effective. For big game, I prefer 338 personally. Winchester, not Lapua. To Lapua, I might as well have 50 BHG. Yeah, Jeremiah, check out 6.0 PRC. You might like that. It's a pretty cool round. If anybody's ever shot it, I've shot it a couple times. 6.0 PRC. Jam, how do you like your Creedmoor? Hey, look at Joe. Beware. Hello, Jack Dealer. Welcome to the stream. Jack is new. We've got a couple of. What? We'll see what it is. Is that Coco? Okay. So that's always amazing, but my dog is gonna be 8 this year. He's starting to get arthritis and stuff like that, ear infections. I'm glad that you enjoy them, Jack. So, for Lapua, Win-Mag isn't too good. Lapua's pretty rough right now. So, that's true. If you guys shoot distance, you're probably going to want to hand load stuff. Let's see. 30-30, yeah, ballistics armor. I would say that 30-30 is a little bit more accurate out past, I'm going to say 200 yard. I would trust 30-30 to be a bit more accurate at 200 yards. It doesn't mean that 7.6239 can't be accurate. I think that it can, but I think you've got to put a really good bear in it. Joe can talk to this a little bit more. Yeah, as I say, Joe, I think he'll agree. Your barrel's gonna have a lot more to do with your accuracy than the actual ammo, because most AK ammo, that 7.6239, it doesn't matter if it's domestic or if it's, the steel cased or whatever. I'd say an SKS is going to be a bit more accurate than your average AK, just because of the type of barrel that they put. Like, again, going back to, because a lot of the functionality, like the stuff, the way the AK, I don't know. Nobody else has complained, Joe. But yeah, if it was an SKS and a 30-30, it would probably be pretty square, as long as, again, the barrel on the AK is it's accurate to defeat the USA in multiple wars, Vietnam, Afghanistan. Crucible to make my own homemade APs. Local machine shop has a big CNC machine, tungsten carbide penetrators, fun making, and test. I recommend it to most army enthusiasts. That's cool. I'm in Utah. Secure. J-Dog wants in, is what he's saying, Jack. J-Dog wants in. He's like, dude, that's sus. Hit me up later. You know you're thinking it, J-Dog. You know you are. So, no, that's cool stuff. Oh, where is it? Oh, somebody said something. That's okay. Oh, wait a second, Jack. You're from Alaska. Where in Alaska are you from? Now I gotta ask. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Depends on what time of the year, Corey. Good portion of the year that it does that. No. Jack, if you're in Alaska, you'll understand this. I graduated from North Pole. I graduated high school from North Pole. Unless you're actually one of like my friends on Facebook and you just go by something else. But I don't go by my name in on my channel. I just go by below average Utah Dad. Kotzebue? Okay. I actually there's a type of ammo that you can get in the U.S. if you just want picking ammo. There's a type of ammo that's made in the U.S. It's called NRA, not Russian ammo, that's 7.62 by 39. It's one of the less expensive for just going out and shooting. I wouldn't do anything fancy with it. So my dad's in Anchorage. He flies for one of the local charter places. So yeah, I have some. I'm not going to touch it, but if you look at the back of my dagger right over there, that's 7.62 by 39 right there. That brass ammo there. Yeah, no, I know. It's Winchester. That's just Winchester. No, that's a Chinese. It's a Norinco, Jack. So. Oh, are you in the Army Guard or the Air Guard? It was on sale. Shut up. J-Dog, Winchester makes a box of subsonic jacketed hollow point for 9mm. It is not a 500 round box, but it's pretty decent for defense. It's subsonic, so it's not too fast cycles. That would make for some good content on this channel. When I can afford a Barrett 50 BMG, trust me, I'll get one. Yeah, my Norinco's pretty. Yeah, I like it a lot. That's cool. So I joined the Air Guard at Eielson. I used to be 135 crew chief. So when I lived up there, I first joined the Air Guard there. So I've spent many a time like in at Clear, and I have some friends and family that used to live at Fort Brady, or in Dillon, and worked at Fort Brady, I should say. Oh, my son's asking for Face ID, Face ID. Rest in peace, J-Hawk Strikers. Yeah. Just a Harbor Firearms 50 cal upper. Are you talking about like for an AR? Get like a 50 caliber Beowulf? Now that's something that, guys. What does everybody in the chat think of like a big fat defense round, like a 4th OCOM or 50 Beowulf? I think there's like is it 450 SOCOM or is it 460 SOCOM? How many of you have ever shot a 25 millimeter round? I'll let you guys chew on that for a minute. I'm guessing Jack's shot some big rounds too. And I'm not talking about 25 ACP for the win. 41 millimeter. No. I have thoroughly tested. Oh, stay away from. Keep that over there. Keep that over there. I don't need that to. I don't need anyone to think that it's YouTube. That was it's a tripod that's flit all together, but I don't need it to look. Oops. It's okay. It's okay. Beautiful. Stripper gun certified is Trevor Gun, safety always off. Low Turkey Commando Soldier. Yeah, I did see, I don't know if you guys saw in my video, I was literally driving, I was getting ready to get out and shoot some footage with my daughter. We were driving up to our house. I was going to take some footage of my truck. And we saw a bald eagle flying over our house. And so here in Utah, that's not as common as it is in other places. And so I was like, oh shoot, I need to record this. Like, yep, this is your sign that everyone should, anyone who likes guns need to subscribe to my channel because the American murder turkey is flying around. Oh man. Antoine, do you think it's going to be World War III? That is an interesting question. So we're getting into a little bit of politics here. I'm happy to talk about that. With whom do you think we might go to war with? That is the question that I need to know before I answer it. I have not gotten a deagle yet. I don't have the deagle. Yeah, they used to be like bald eagles and golden eagles used to be pretty. They used to be good population here in Utah. I think they're running out of space, places to hunt. So I struggle. Matt, to answer your question, I think that there are some. I think there's a lot of propaganda on both the left and the right. Or I should say, from the Democrats and the Republicans, which really make up they make up this portion of the political spectrum. Then there's conservatives, which are just past Republicans, and then you have like far right, and then you have Democrats, liberals, and like super far left. We are probably not going to go to war with North Korea. If anybody goes to war with North Korea, it's going to be South Korea. Um, I don't think we're going to go to war with Russia, right? I think that there is a high probability of something happening with China probably in the next 5 years. 5 years tops is what I say. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff coming from that middle ground, just the people that really hate Trump and the people that are so biased towards Trump that they don't know what they're talking about. So here's my take on it. I think an end to the fighting in Ukraine is a good thing. I think an end to the fighting in Ukraine at the expense of the U.S., Ukraine, and Europe is a bad thing. I think some of the things that he's saying, I think he's saying it to how do I word this? I don't think he was saying it without thinking. I think he wants to stop sending money to Ukraine, and I understand that. We haven't sent as much as he thinks. I think a great video to go watch. Habitual Line Crosser did a really good video. That he just kind of calls out a couple things that have been said. Obviously, Ukraine did not start the war that they're. I know that Trump said that. I'm not going to say that he didn't mean to say that. I feel like he said it to just give an excuse to kind of poop on the fact that Ukraine's the situation they're in and that we spend a lot of money. We've given them a lot of support. I think we should be advocating for the end of the war. I don't think it should be at Ukraine's expense or our expense, Europe's expense. It's a very volatile and tough situation that's going on over there. So, Joe, I hear what you're saying. I think there's maybe a little bit of sarcasm in there, but I'm gonna say to address it if I'm taking a very serious note to it. There's a lot that happens in Europe does affect us geopolitically. Even beyond that, Matt, even beyond where our allies are, Russia's not as far away from the U.S. as people think. Remember, we live on a globe, so the shortest point between two distances is a curved line. Russia has strategic locations that have the capability to get to our allies very quickly, very effectively, and to us very, very quickly and very effectively if we didn't intervene, which we would. And I mean, we have been. We've been intervening in Ukraine, just not in a direct way. What is happening in Ukraine is no different than what we're in the. Well, yeah, it's a really, to be frank, having Ukraine fight Russia is a lot cheaper than us going and fighting Russia, and they've been pretty good at it. The problem is that Russia is very good at attrition. They have won almost every single attrition-based conflict that they've been, with the rare exception of Afghanistan. So I think that would be a very, very, very poor decision. Having Ukraine would give them a lot more access to the parts of the world. It doesn't seem like it, but having that much coastal access to the world would be very bad for the world. Well, we have nukes too. Lots of other countries have nukes, and that was part of the agreement that happened in 1994. Yeah, Topic J. Have you seen the new ammo that is made of composite cases and not brass? Yes, I have. So. Sorry. So, Joe, I did see your response. So, here's something that I'm gonna say. I'm gonna tell you something without. Hey, Diego, I'm in Utah, and everybody else is from not Utah except Corey. So having some of the privileges that I have, that we talked about a little bit earlier, and some of the roles that I play outside of this, there is a whole other set of data, and some of it may be flawed, but I would venture to say that most of it is not. There is a heavy interest in maintaining that kind of buffer zone. Kind of like think about having. Would it be better if there was a U.S. friendly country? Would it be better for America if there was a U.S. friendly country right next to China? Or is it better that North Korea is right next to China? Maybe she's trapped. She's trapped in the bathroom. That happens. Thanks, Matt. So using North Korea and South Korea as an example. Right now, North Korea is a buffer between China and really like one of our best allies, South Korea. South Korea is a really good ally, and Japan are really good. So from a geopolitical and military perspective, having North Korea there kind of sucks. China really likes it because it's kind of like a little proxy and an ally to them that can kind of do their bidding and poke the bear, and we're there in this case, and they're there. So, so having North Korea there, it's good for China. It's not good for us. In the case of Russia, having Ukraine, who's more like another, like a more friendly version. So think of North Korea. If North Korea wasn't crazy, think about maybe not as friendly as South Korea. Ukraine is kind of like Poland, and yeah, exactly. So Ukraine is kind of like Poland, not quite as friendly to us as Poland. We care about Ukraine, but they're not the same type of ally as Poland is. And so it's good that Ukraine is there to have that extra layer of separation between them and our allies that we're really good allies with, and Russia. So Russia taking it would be not great for the stability of the region. So that's why that's the biggest thing there. Yeah, Poland had some things happen during World War I and World War II, but I promise you, Poland now is not the Poland from the past. Poland will throw hands. Believe me, Poland has itching at the bit to go back at communist Russia. 100%. Yes, Corey. Yeah, Poland has all thrown hands, and they will. Trust me, if shit hits the fan over in Europe, Poland will get involved. Poland is already involved to a certain degree, but they will be much more involved. Poland in Europe is kind of like Israel in the Middle East, where Israel is very much we're not going to F around anymore with the people that all want us dead. Poland is a little bit more reserved than that right now. but they're chomping. Trust me when I say that they want to throw hands against them. Anyways, politics. So gay. But that's cool. Guy likes to be almost naked. So, it's a Joe Dirt reference for anybody that didn't get it, by the way. What was I going to say? I thought somebody asked a question about guns. Wait. Yes. Poland is the big D. He's the short kid. He's the short kid that you look at and go, dang. So he's got to make up for being short somewhere. He's the dude that doesn't walk around. He's the dude that doesn't walk around in a towel. Everybody else does. J-Dog, your thing about Sean Ryan. I don't know that Sean Ryan has. I think he has some insight because he was part of SEAL teams. He's a team guy. But I don't know that he is aware of what our stockpiles actually are. It has been billions. I think that Trump is trying to avoid another Afghanistan because that was an absolute disaster. But I think he's trying to avoid it. We haven't spent nearly what we did in Afghanistan. I think he wants to avoid that. But I think that trying to find a way to end the conflict, again, I want to reiterate, I don't agree with Ukraine not being involved. I don't agree with Ukraine capitulating and just giving up everything. Ukraine will never be a part of NATO. That was part of the agreement from 1994. Now there's the argument that because Russia has invaded, that treaty and that agreement between the UK, Poland, Ukraine, USA, and Russia is gone. I mean, I agree. I think it sucks to be bad water in Flint, Michigan. I'm also going to say, though, that the state of Michigan has had ample funding thrown at them, an opportunity to fix the water's problem, and they still don't do it. You have to look at the leadership that's in Michigan and what they're doing to fix it. If there is one thing, and I'm going to go political on this one. If there is one thing, and I'm not trying to offend anybody who's on the left or Democrat, because I know there's plenty of Democrats that like guns, they can have fun with them, and you know, I get it, and I appreciate your viewership and your engagement and everything like that. Shut up, Joe. I don't care. I can offend you, it doesn't matter. That being said, there's a lot more to be gained from on the left. If you look at the policies and things that Democrat left have done, there's more to be gained by not fixing a problem than there is by fixing it. I mean, if you look at Colorado, like I follow and I've gotten to know Alicia Garcia and the folks over at Spartan Defense Armory in the Denver area, not in the Denver area, sorry, but in Colorado, and they just passed 3 absolutely sweeping, horrible laws. They put restrictions on who can buy ammo and how you can buy it. They put restrictions on the type of firearm that you can buy in case. Joe, okay, I need to make sure you guys understand. Joe is a sarcastic ass. He and I talked on the phone today about some personal business, and he is just messing with everybody. He is doing it to rile people up. So, Joe, you are awesome in your own special little world. Anyways, so yeah, they just passed all these laws, and then what they did, but you can get around the law if you pay this tax and this fee and this course that's hosted by the state, and then you go take this test and then go get this extra competency, and you go get evaluated. If you do all of those, then you can buy these guns again, and you have to get a license and a permit to buy these guns. So what they're doing is they're taking a right, they're restricting it kind of, and then they're using it for a cash grab, because there's more money to be made by causing problems than they are fixing it. So I'm very much a give states the power, but the risk in that is that if you get people in power in states that don't have your best interest as Americans and as citizens, they'll roll over you. That's what happens in states like that. Joe and I talked about that today too. As much as people dog on High Point for being very expensive, High Points are reliable. Their magazines are a different story, but the pistol itself, it's like a scaled down, like Mag 10, or a scaled down, like Scorpion. It's a direct blowback pistol. It does its thing and it's good at it. So if you're ever worried about not having enough money to buy a personal defense weapon and you have a really, really tight budget, I would 100% recommend go get a High Point and practice with it, because it's inexpensive. It will eat any type of ammo that you throw at it, and it will break it. You just might have to buy like 8 magazines, and then the ones that don't work, submit them, and they're covered under the High Point warranty. So, props to High Point for building weapons that actually work. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think Joe's joking about the SIG thing. It's very, we talked about that today too. We talked for a long time today. Me or Joe? We had a party on the left that's better than the Democrat Party. Party on the left. I mean, I think in the last 10 years, going back to politics, Matt, I think what you've seen in the last 10 years is you've seen this on both the Democrat and Republicans to a degree. You've gotten this kind of woke, really extreme leftist ideology that's turned like a lot of these younger Democrats. You don't have old school Democrats like you had in the 80s. And I'm not saying that like that politically I agree with the Democrats, because I don't. Ideologically I'm opposed to what the Democrats say. Yeah, that's like everywhere. I have a video on that on my channel. There's a video called the media lies about, or it's called How Deadly is the AR Really? And it comes down to, I used some FBI numbers from like 4 years ago, and the AR-15 is used in like less than 2% of any shooting in the U.S. for murder or homicides involved. And people say, oh, well, it's used in mass shootings. It's really not even used in that many mass shootings. It's just the one that the media talks about, that the news talks about. So, yeah. It's gun violence, the argument, because I get people on my channel and on my things lament a lot. It's not that big of an issue. It's made to be a big issue, but it's really not. There are, in 2024, there were approximately 43,000 firearm deaths. That includes mass shootings, murders, homicides, justifiable homicides, suicides, and firearm and accidental deaths. So of those 40,000, I think I said, of those 40,000 deaths, 22,000 of them were suicides. The reason that that's significant is because people that want to commit suicide, they commit suicide. In fact, there's an interesting psychological study that shows that people that attempt to commit suicide that don't use a firearm, they generally attempt suicide 9 times, and after the 9th time, if they are successful, then they tend to not try to commit suicide again. But that's why people say firearms are so dangerous, is because when you try to commit suicide with a firearm, you're probably gonna commit suicide. So that's an important distinction to make when it comes to gun violence and gun deaths. When you talk about the problem with gun violence in America, is that half of them, roughly half of them, a little more, a little less, depends on the year, are suicide. Now, when you eliminate suicides from the equation, because people that commit suicide want to commit suicide, they want to end their own lives. And if you want to make justifiable homicides that are police-involved shootings, so not police-involved shootings that were under investigation but were determined to be justified police shootings, that comes down another 5,000. When you do police instigated suicides, which are not included in like regular suicides, it comes down another 1,500. So now we're down to, of the original 40,000, we're down about 27,500 firearm deaths. So now we went from 40,000 to like 12,500. There's roughly 12,500 homicides or justifiable homicides where a defensive shooting happened, or homicides where there was a death from firearm that is gun related or crime related. Of all of those, only about I think it's less than 100 victims a year are mass shootings or are considered mass casualty according to the FBI. And then of those, it's usually only, I think it's only a year that are by a rifle. That includes AR-15s. So if we say AR-15s are responsible for 50 deaths via mass shooting a year out of 450 million people. There was a question, so I was answering it. But yeah. Anyway, so gun violence isn't really a problem in the U.S. People think it is. Whenever somebody says all the other countries, America has the most gun violence and gun deaths, and I say yes, and there are more shark attacks in the ocean than there are in the desert. There's guns in America. There's going to be gun violence. Just like there's swords in Japan. There's a high suicide rate by sword in Japan. Nobody talks about it, but it exists. So it's not really a real issue. I do feel. Oh, you guys. So, Matt, to address I don't want my politicians doing the Nazi salute. I understand where you're coming from here. I get it, but I'm going to show you a picture that I have. Destination. I'm going to pull up my X. I'm going to turn my phone around. And I'm going to show you. No, I'm not going to. Screenshots. Oh, it's not there. Pictures. Okay, we'll have to do it on my X. Profile. There we go. Matt, are you familiar with a young man named David Hogg? He's the anti-gun guy from the Parkland shooting. Familiar with that kid? Trying to find it. I can Google it. Yep, I'm just gonna Google it. There we go. Here, I'll show you on my phone. And you were asking about Nazi salutes. That's why I do that. Matt, are you still on? But anyways, I'm going to show this to you guys because the Matt brought up a thing. I don't want my politicians doing Hitler salutes. So David Hogg is unfamiliar. He was in the Parkland, I think it was the Parkland High School, Parkland, Florida shooting. He went to the school and he's become a big advocate for gun control, like full gun reform and everything. And he's now like I think he's a spokesman for the Democratic Committee. And all this talk about don't do the Hitler salute, don't do the Hitler salute, you know. Elon Musk did the Hitler salute. Donald Trump did the Hitler salute. And calling it. Hey, look, guys. It's David Hogg doing the same salute. Doing the same salute. Making the same. Here it is. Hey, look. He's doing the Hitler salute. So, when people say politicians are doing the Hitler salute, they're not. Even the left. Here they are. Oh, look, they're all doing the Hitler salute. So, here. There's Taylor Swift doing the Hitler salute. That's what I mean. It's ridiculous to say that they're actually doing. There's Kamala Harris doing a salute. They're not doing a Hitler salute. The ones on the left aren't. The people on the right aren't. They're not doing the Hitler salute. Trump's not a Nazi. Democrats aren't Nazis. That's what I mean. I think all of it gets way too blown out of proportion. But anyhow. No, we're not going to bully SIG users, Joe. Alright, guys, it's 1 a.m. It's like 4 where J-Dog is. Joe, I'm going to have to give Corey this one. He's probably right. After our conversation today, he's probably right. We probably can't afford this. All right, it's late. I think I am going to go to bed. I'm going to leave my stream up. I'll set it up so that you guys can see all my pretty. You guys can look at all my swag that I have on the doors. That's fair. That's a good question. Do you need an MC? So I'll let you guys look at all of my stuff on the wall. You guys go for it. You guys have fun. You guys can chat all you want. Like I said, feel free to if you guys have questions, anything like that, put it in the comments. give me a like and a share if you want. You guys can talk. You guys can try to figure out what my stuff says on the wall. I don't know if you can read it. I don't know if it's backwards or if I'm just seeing it backwards. I think it's all backwards placed too. But that's okay. That says Al Udeed Air Base Qatar. This is a plaque that I got when I was in Qatar last. The joke was, man, I keep telling you guys that I'm not familiar with the joke. I keep telling you guys, like, I'm not a Fed, I'm not a cop, but I have things on my wall, like this award that's on the wall. Everybody that, like, they gave us this plaque as a thank you, all the guys that did a good job. And that particular plaque, everybody got like a quote or something that they would say. Well, they couldn't put what I like to say because, because it's super not appropriate. I would tell people to do something that it wasn't very PC. But my commander thought it was really great. So there's a whole story in this whole joke. So it says, "Nice try, OSI." So for the longest time, while I was on my last deployment, like probably like 3 months, there were a couple people that thought an Office of Special Investigations Air Force dude, or Space Force dude that was there, and that I was investigating something. So that's the whole joke. They gave me this plaque that says "Nice try, OSI." So like you guys, when you're like, this guy's a Fed, he's a cop, because I talk about things and I have a perspective, because I have buddies that are cops, and I have some insight into things. And I know a lot about the law. I studied pre-law for a while, and I have some good buddies that are lawyers, and I take things very deep. And yeah, so I really am not a cop, I promise. But promises are empty, so until they're fulfilled. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna leave this up. You guys have fun. Don't pick on Joe too much. Joe, don't pick too many fights. It's good having you guys around. Keep if you can keep spreading the channel, keep spreading the word. Watch away, do your thing, keep supporting. I really appreciate it. I never thought that I would get to meet cool people and have fun conversations, and I would get the support to do this. Really, like, my end goal is to just kind of be able to pay for my pews so that I don't have to take away from my daughter's college fund, because my teenage daughter wants to be a lawyer, and I support that. And that means I have to buy less guns and ammo. I will. But if I can earn enough money to buy guns and ammo with YouTube, I'd much rather do that. So I appreciate it, guys. Stick around. You guys have all my socials. You guys can email me. You can send me a message on my Facebook, which is Below Utah Dad. If you Google that, or if you search that on Facebook, that's me. Instagram is also Below Average Utah Dad. X is IndyBaker06. And then obviously I'm here at Below Average Utah Dad. And then my Gmail is belowaverageutahdad@gmail.com. If you guys need anything, if you need somebody to reach out to, and I will keep you updated on the Discord stuff. Wow, the chat grew big again. If you need anything, reach out to me, please. If you're struggling, mentally, emotionally, anything like that, please reach to me. You know that you can talk to me, you can shoot me an email, whatever. Probably not going to send you $7, Joe. I need hugs. You offended me. I'm going to give you all a, right there, big distance hug. Wi-Fi bug hug. Anyways, you guys have a good night, good morning. Don't stay up too late. Don't stay up past curfew, children. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow night. I don't know if I'm going to do a live stream tomorrow night. But I'll have some more content for you guys tomorrow. Anyways, good night. Don't worry, I'm moving out of the way. Let's meet it. It's over here on the right. Here, I'm gonna use my finger. It's right there. It's right there. I can't touch it on a live stream. And I'm getting ready to go to bed, so I'm trying to make it so that you can see everything. See the 22 now, Marlin. There, now you can kind of see everything. All right, Ash, let's go to bed. Don't worry, Joe. Tomorrow I'll set up the Smith & Wesson so that you can see it.